Oops, I forgot to change the name of this shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Go. I'm gonna turn this on. Chill music. Awesome. Wait, let's go ahead and put this through. Is this bugging out or is it like actually working? Awesome. Alright. So I have to change the name of this fucking the fuck? The Ferg? Why did that quit? That's weird. We're gonna make this. Why can't it connect to the bedroom? That's weird. Oh, there it is. It works again. All right, cool. We're gonna call this. For my alrighty. Alright, today I'm making basically I'm almost out of tokens for the week. So basically my brother and my sister-in-law are visiting town, so I'm working on this project just to make something fun because she needs some help with something, and I figure I might as well help. It'd be a lot of fun, so I'm gonna give it a go. Basically it's gonna be an application just for her to be able to give quotes and basically create like pricing charts for how much things would cost her and how much things would how much profit she should earn over that and all that sort of stuff. So basically she can like have pricings set for people so she knows how much to charge per project for a service that she offers. So yeah, I'm gonna do it up. I'm gonna help her out. It'll be a lot of fun. I have like 6% left of my tokens for the week, so I'm just gonna use Haiku to basically make this. So here we go. Alright, first things first, we gotta plan this shit out. So, in a nutshell, you have pricing. That would be like pricing would be cost, services, subcontracting / wages, per time. What else? What else? Well, that's pretty much it. So this would be like a services, actually. Not actually pricing. It'd be like services. It'd be like cost. Net. Oh, yeah, net profit. Because that's different. That goes to company. Eh. What else? Subcontracting wages, her time, net profit, services cost. What else? 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 All right, so let's just let's break this down here. So you would need. So let's start with the sub. All right, so subcont slash wages would be materials, also if you need it. Slash materials. Anything that's a cost. No. Materials is different. Materials is different. That would be hours. Cost per hour. Then you need, what else? Leeway, some sort of potential extra time. I don't know what to call that. Cost per hour, potential extra time. What else? So then basically you need her time, it's a different category, hours, cost, same thing, but a different category. Then you need materials, if she ever needs materials or anything like that. How much? How much money? How much? Subscriptions. That's a constant. So this is actually not. So this is more of like a bigger thing. This is like subscriptions equals constant. General cost. What else? Subscriptions, constant cost. Think, 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 think. Is this actually working? Or did it freeze? Oh no, we're good. What other variables are there? Subscriptions, net profit, general cost. That's actually not part of it. So what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Potential extra time. Same for different category. Materials. Technically taxes. That's another part technically. If you're trying to make something real, you have to do it with taxes. You have to register your business, you have to do all that shit. You could be a subcontractor, but you do have to charge tax. Right? That's pretty much. I need something to like. I wish I had more variables. I don't know if there's anything other. If there's any other variables, taxes. I mean, that would be. That's in relation to how much she's earning, but that's like. And that goes into a separate fund. But. That's her cost. That's baked into her time. Because that's like a subcontracting thing. Let's not overcomplicate it for now. Let's build a fundamental system. Let's not do taxes for now. Let's build the fundamental system and then we're going to work our way up from there. So these are definitely the same two things, but this is like a different category. All right. So what I need is like, I need like some sort of data management, some sort of storage. So maybe we do SQL. No. It has to be JSON files. JSON files are cleaner. Because otherwise you're making a new SQL table per project, which you can do. But I feel like JSONs would be cleaner just because it's like key value, key value, key value, value, value. But then again, no, because then it's like every single time you want to add another column, every single time you want to add a new service or a new cost per thing, you have to rebuild the entire table, and that's a fucking pain in the ass versus just restoring basically adding another key to the database. I mean to the as JSON file, and then each JSON file becomes the actual. So it's like becomes a clickable file that you can then edit. So you already have you don't have to pull like all of the SQL tables that are relevant. You don't have to filter out SQL tables. You just pull JSON files. Let's do that. So let's do JSON files for the database. And then basically key value v, etc. So this would be like this, there, this, there, this, there, then like that. That's pretty easy. JSON equals service. All right, hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I gotta fucking do this real quick. Crazy wedgie. All right. So constant upcharge. And then the folder would basically be client. Cloning databases. You need default message me. I'm my friend. He's sending me memes. I can't be distracted by memes right now. Okay. Default base job levels / cost. Create new client. Add jobs, add services. Okay. I think we have something pretty solid here. I mean, overall. So I'm trying to think. Folder. And then the other way, add new service to client. This should be like that. copy. Not use variable. Then you have duplicates, because it's like a different, you can charge different for clients that have more flexible pricing models, or more flexible pricing for them. Copy, not use variable in default folder. Then edit job for clients. Or alright, that's a pretty good start. I'm gonna stop recording here real quick, I'll be right back. I'm gonna show my pop.
just wanna take it down. I just wanna take a ball. I just wanna keep my head as hurtless. Oh, got it right now. I just wanna take it down. I just wanna take a ball. I just wanna keep my head as surface. Oh, got it right now. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And then everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And then everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And then everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
I showed my pop. He's proud. I'm happy. Okay, so in a nutshell, we gotta build JSON files first. The JSON system. Basically, that's going to be the first backend that we're going to build. So let's go here. All right. What? Oh, whoops. Repos. I'm gonna make a new GitHub project just for this. I'm gonna make it public. Oops. Sign in. What should I call this? Services calculator? I need it's like a basically a services calculator that I'm doing, and I need a name for this application. Service calc, rate maker, margin master. I like that one. Margin master. We're gonna make it public. Making a quick, fun. My brother's wife or my sister-in-law. I'm not used to saying that. Add readme. No template. Public. Add license. Let's do this as like a fucking GPL. Where's my GPL license? What? In GitHub, where you have the licenses, you don't. There's nothing that says like GPL. Why is that? Then why is it not? Oh. Yeah, it says choose license. Yeah, but where it says choose license, I type in GPL, and for some reason it says fucking annoying. Where it says choose license, I type GPL, and then it says no licenses. Oh. Oh, GNU is GPL. No. I'm asking you, is GNU the same as GPL? So, I mean, why isn't GPL part of the dropdown? It says, like, choose license. Licenses explains how others can use your code, and then GPL is not an option. Even when I type it in, all caps. No, it absolutely is searchable. It has a search bar like a search bar right at the top where you can type in the code. You can type in the license. But why would I want GNU if it's not the same thing as GPL? Dude, what the fuck? I swear to God, this Google shit, they dropped the intelligence on the Google AI so bad. Gemini, for the free one. I should have added the fucking git ignore. Okay. Well, that's pretty easy. Alright, so we're gonna make... Oh, there it is. I could either write in here or I can write in here. I'm gonna write locally, fuck it. Alright, so we need repos, so make their margin master. So now I need to pull this. In VSC, I need to pull my GitHub into my local machine. This is what I'm trying. This is the one that I'm trying to do. Can you give me the commands to pull it? Oh shit. I'm not recording. I got another message from...
Basic income is ungodly. Redistribution.
All right. Oh my god. My question is, all right, hold on a second. RM, RF. Isn't it RM, RF minus RF? Awesome. So git clone github.com slash run the clone command. I already did that. Will this automatically tie it to my GitHub, like for me to be able to just do git add and git push and all that sort of stuff with that particular file? Oh, sweet. All right, cool. We done then. All right, cool. Let's go here. Ups. Let's open this up. Ups. And then go like this. Slash margin master. And then we're gonna go like this. Claude. Yes, I trust this folder. Awesome. We use 94%. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna open up VS Code. Like this. Oops. Place this here. Alright, so we're gonna close this project. Close folder. Save. File. Open folder. Sweet. Alright, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. grab the coffee. A little coffee. Ugh. All right, let's get to work. Let's see. Model. Oops. Haiku. This is gonna be the first time. I'm gonna try to basically make this. I'm gonna try to basically make this with haiku. All right. The first thing we need is a file. We need. Oh fuck. We need to make a. .venv. New folder. Backend. Make another folder. Main.py. Place new folder inside of these. Oh, nope. Folder. Margin master. Front end, back end. Main.py. Boop, boop. Over here, cool. New file. JSON. Oops. JSON. .py. Let's call this a new folder here just in case. DB. New file. We're making a new file in here called let's make a temporary file. I just don't like how it looks like when it doesn't have the other file, so I can see the actual folder structure. Put some Musex. What? It's not playing any Musex. Play Musex. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. That's loud. I'm actually curious about this. Can I store? Random question about storing JSON files with applications. can you store them in the application itself, like the application folder of the application itself, or does it need to be, like, once it's compiled, does it need to be storing the JSON file in an external folder? All right, so my gut was right. Okay. For external storage, what's the best location for? It's like application library or something like that. There's like a location for Mac OS systems that's like the best place to store them, like to store the JSON files. I forget the name of it. It's like application support or some shit like that. I just need the path. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna build here a JSON editor. The first thing we're going to need to do is create a function to search for the default location, if the default JSON file exists or not. If it doesn't exist, this is going to be like a whole class. So if the JSON file doesn't exist, this is going to be a function. First, search for the JSON file. The location it's going to search for is this. If it doesn't exist, where did my cell phone go? Oh, it's in my pocket. Okay, cool. If it doesn't exist, build the JSON file there. It's going to be called nope. It's not JSON file. My bad. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Folder location. To create a folder location, this is actually not going to be part of that. We're going to actually make it part of the... Alright, so don't worry about goals and stuff like that. You're Haiku, so we're just going to take this one step at a time. I'm going to use it as basically like a syntax calculator, yeah? So here's what we're looking to do. First, we want to build a folder search, default folder search function. it's gonna search this location for this folder. If it doesn't exist, create it. Build this function in here. Make it a class called file manager, or like something along the lines of that. Something along the lines of that. Let's see how fast it writes. I'm so curious. No offense, Haiku. So let's see here. I'll take it. Cool. Okay. Now in this folder, we're gonna build a similar kind of situation. We're gonna pull the path from the local file management file to basically find if nope. Shit. Actually, inside of that one, what I also want to do is make sure that it makes the directory for margin master, right? But then also has the another folder, subfolder in there called default services. Basically, it's going to make the default folder. All right, so now we have the default folder location. We have that, we have that, we have that. Okay. All right, now in this file, we're going to make... Now in this file, we're going to make a JSON class for editing. For handling and editing JSON files. Create JSON file function. Delete JSON file function. Add JSON item function, key function, add JSON value function. So this JSON value function though is gonna be so it can, oh yeah, delete JSON value. Delete JSON key function. Add JSON value function, delete JSON value function, replace JSON value function, replace key function. Nah. Wait, a 20 billion parameter model? I might as well be using local AI for this. Huh. If Haiku is 20 billion parameters, I might as well just be using a local fucking AI model for this. Oh, a 200,000. Well, I mean, compared to fucking Quen. Alright, well, I can do that later. Alright, let's see what you got. Create JSON, delete JSON, read JSON, write JSON, add JSON, delete key, add value, delete value, replace value. Okay, cool. At the top of this, we're going to create a couple of constants for key value pairings for the JSON files. The first one is going to be like so basically the first one's going to be called wages. The keys are going to be hours, cost per hour, potential extra time, then another one's going to be called owner time. Subcontracting. Time. And it's going to have identical key value pairs. But they are two separate variables. It's extremely important that you keep it that way. The next one is materials, and the first key value is going to be how much cost per item, and then this next one is how many. The next one is going to be subscriptions. And it's going to be the key is going to be cost per month. Okay, let me just mark off what we've done so far. So we have this folder made. Actually, in the file management and folder management, actually add another default folder that exists as a like on the same level as what's it called? Default services? Default services. So it's like so they both exist at the same level. It's gonna be called clients. So we have that. We have this. This. We have this. Part of the search for the folders and file management stuff, I wanted to, for the default stuff basically, I wanted to be searching also for a JSON file called subscriptions. And that if it doesn't exist, please create it and import the JSON file management function for that, please. Cool. All right. We're gonna make another JSON file key value. Constant. And it's going to be client data. So we're gonna actually make another default JSON file, actually like a full JSON file constant. And basically it's gonna be built inside of the JSON file editor. And it's gonna say, basically it's gonna make a file called client data. And it's gonna have a value that is client name, keys that are client name, client budget, what else? Client name, client budget, client, oh I gotta pee again, oh my god. That's it. I think that's pretty much it. Maybe like client number or some sort of like contact data. Client data. Client contact. Client email. Email. Client phone number. I think that's good. Client monthly budget. Then we're going to make another default JSON file that's going to be for the company. It's going to be a separate function. So these are two separate functions. One for client data and the other one's going to be for client... No, for company data. Actually, we're going to remove the JSON file for subscriptions, and we're just going to actually ingest that into this particular file. So let's replace the subscriptions.json with this one, company data. Company name is going to be a key for this one. Then it's going to have another one that's going to be called subscriptions. I'll use the add subscription function. I'll use the default subscription addition function to that. That's fine. We're just basically gonna have that. Monthly net profit. Total subscription cost. Total wages. I think that's pretty much good for now. What else? What else is another good one for this? Oh yeah, total material cost. Total material cost. Per client. And then net profit. Gross. Monthly gross, total subscription cost, and net profit. Okay, cool. I think that's good. So for this one, basically, it would be built inside of the JSON file, but then it would be ensured inside of the current function that ensures subscription file exists. All right. Okay, that's pretty much it. To be honest, I mean, like, fuck. This is pretty much everything I need. I think we can start tying this to, like, UI shit, right? And, like, math functions and shit like that. We'll make a new backend. Oops. I forgot to establish a Venn. Let me see here. Hold on a second. I have it written somewhere here. I forgot how to do that. I haven't started a new project from scratch in a while. Here it is. Nope. Not in yet. 0 tier VPN server. Ah, here it is. Oh yeah. .venv. .venv. Awesome. And then get push. Push SRC. Add get ignore admin. How do I set the Is this what sets the the virtual environment. I've actually not done this in such a fucking long time. Let me open up a terminal. Alright, so let's see. Source, then source, no. Source dot venv slash bin slash activate. Oops. Nice. Alright, cool. So that's it. Hey, I'm happy I found it right here. I knew it's somewhere. Awesome. Git add. Alright, so let's see. So temp.py, that's fine. Front end math functions. All right, we're gonna create a class of math functions in this file here. Basically, we're gonna make it a list. We're gonna make them loops. So the first thing that we're gonna do is gonna be a class, right? So we're gonna make them all loops. So then, oh fuck, hold on a second. God damn it. Alrighty. Okay. We're gonna make them add like addition functions. But we have to be able to intermix them too. Oh fuck, hold on a second. We need, for the client stuff, for the client, default client JSON format, file, we're also gonna add actually another key in there. That's gonna be the total client cost. Not cost. What's the word I'm looking for? For the services. Let me look. Hold on. I'm going to. Let me see, where am I? Subcontracting wages, winter time materials, subscriptions, client data, company data. No, we already have those in there. Nice. All right. Cool, 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 cool. Materials, subscriptions. Oh no, client data. For the client data constant. Client data constant. We need to add total client wages. Total client wages. Total client wages cost. Wait, why'd you freeze? Total client wages. And total client material cost.
Literally all hills. Turns out my neighborhood is literally all hills. She's a runner, she's a track star. She gon' run away when it gets home. Hey, give us your money. We're gonna do public service with it.
Alright. Oh, fuck. It's starting to get dark. Alright, so for the client constant, we need to add constant cost, material cost, client net. Client net. Sweet. That's quick as shit. Alright, cool. So now we built out Wait, these need to be data class. Oh no, these are constants, that's fine. We can populate those with that, that's fine. Alright, cool. So let me see. Subcontracting wages. No, 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 no. So these are key value pairs, but it's like a JSON file. It's its own separate JSON file. Fuck. Because what I wanted was a services, and then the services has the subcontracting wages. So it's like subcontractor 1, subcontractor 2, subcontractor 3. How do we structure this shit to make sense? Fuck. Alright, hold on a second. Because right now this is like data sets. Basically, you can populate data. So you can populate a JSON file with this, and it just becomes the full JSON file. So you can also add items, and it's this. But now, how do you differentiate hours of one worker from hours of another worker, from another task? Fuck. Hold on. And this is where fucking having the tables would make sense. Fuck! Alright, hold on. Do we change it around and make it SQLs? Like an SQL database? No, we make them folders. Fuck it. What the hell?
Breaking news right now, the 26-year-old Colombian man who is authorized to be in the United States of America shot and killed by ICE this afternoon was not the target of the operation. Once again, ICE.
dude. Alright, fuck it. Oh my god, dude, it pisses me off so bad. Dude, this whole thing with ice and all that shit, they killed fucking another person, dude. I can't, dude. What the fuck? It's just so fucking sad, dude. I don't know if this is the most efficient way to approach my database. I feel like I pushed myself into a fucking corner with this. I don't like the JSON file folders for folders. It's just fucking... I wanted to be that each database file, like each JSON file, was a service. It's gonna end up being that each folder is a service. Let me see what Haiku is capable of. Alright, I want an opinion. I don't know how good you're gonna be at this. Let's see. I'm curious to see something else. Wait, Bunya, I haven't even used anything. I built a lot and I haven't even done anything. Alright, let's see how good you're at this. I want to run this whole, like, basically I'm making like this like margin, like profit margin calculator, essentially, application, right? Are JSON files the correct approach for this, or should I use SQL? My problem is that I want to be able to create default services, but I also don't want to be making new SQL tables or new SQL databases. It's just like calling in data from different locations. I feel like it's cleaner from a folder structure with JSON files. But what I wanted originally was for every JSON file to essentially become for an entire JSON file to be a service, right? But then the problem becomes that you can't have like macro categories of keys. Like you can only have keys and values. So then you would need to filter each key in relation to each thing, and it's like, and then you'd end up filtering a bunch of shit to be able to find, and you have to debug all that shit. So like the easier approach would essentially be to create a services folder, then the folder would host a different JSON file for each subcontractor wage and like all again every single aspect of it, and then basically take all of those, let those be the categories, and then after that you would do all the math on like in another part. But SQL is annoying because it's like tables and then coordinating tables and then coordinating the subtraction, addition, all that sort of stuff versus folder file structure with JSON files. You get what I'm saying? I need a fucking tiebreaker for this because I see like wait, I can do nested? I didn't realize I could do that. Does my current structure work for this? For JSON files per client? Because that, I didn't know I could do that with JSON files. I didn't know I could have subcategories like this, where it's like a category of the key value pairs. I didn't realize I could do that. Huzzah! It's like basically like 3D arrays. I didn't know that you can make 3D arrays with JSON files. I totally forgot about that shit. Oh, fuck yes! This is not so huge that I think it can handle it. I didn't realize I could do that shit. That's fucking great. That actually makes it even the better one. Alright, let me see. Alright, I have a quick question about this though. Will it keep my constants and all the other architecture that I have so far? Because I do want those as like basically to populate this 3D array style JSON files. So then basically I can create JSON files that are custom client files with the variables, and there's no default. It's just basically the building functions that are going to be made, so then that's everything's modular, correct? Let's do also a function for building these 3D JSON files from scratch. And then let's also add a JSON file to the default build. Folder build that is called, instead of the default services, we're just gonna make a services JSON file there. That's gonna eventually be populated with this 3D structure, except it's gonna be like default services per file like that. Per all default services in a single file. So basically a nested dictionary builder, a nested dictionary and then something that can add the nests, remove the nest, follow the same structure as the add items, add values. And retrofit them to work with so then basically something that can parse out the different nests and then be able to, or actually make something that can parse out the nests, and then that way we can apply the add key, add item to that, and then also make it so delete nests, add nests, replace nests, and then that last one that I said, because then I can apply the add item, add key, etc. You get what I'm saying? That's gonna be a big plan. I wonder if it can handle it. Not even 1%. Alright, it's creating a plan. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again, and then I also want to show my parents this video. It's funny. Oh my goodness. Ah, you're basically nesting with dictionaries. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Close, close, close. But here's what I want. You're populating it with the constant. I don't want it populated with the constant. I want it to be available to be populated with any of the constants. Because it could be one subcontractor, two subcontractors, three subcontractors. It has to be modular. Chilly, dude.
Now the people that are walking away. Now the people that are walking away from Trump. They're like, I didn't know it was gonna be like that. I respect hardcore Trumpers. Just stay like, all right, that's your guy, I get it. But don't fucking midstream. What am I doing? He was already there 4 years. You saw how it ended. That fucking food court gone wild on January 6th, whatever the fuck that was. People died. Like, he didn't shake hands when he lost. He's like the Detroit Pistons of fucking presidents.
So basically, we're not pre-building the clients. It's basically the variables to be able to build clients.
A couple of old guys get that one. All right. Now the people that are walking away from
RoboCop definitely runs on MS-DOS. If you pause it and you see all the letters on the loading screen, you see .sys, .sys, and .exe, which is definitely Windows DOS language. On the other side of it, Terminator is on Mac code. So if you read some of like the Terminator words coming across, you see words like QuickTime Player and Keychain. So Terminator is running on Mac and RoboCop is running on Windows, which honestly explains a lot about their exterior. Like, one of them spent a lot of time on the sleek, nice exterior, and the other was just like, just put metal stuff around it, slap a face on top of it, and we're good. RoboCop definitely runs on MS-DOS. If you pause it and you see all the letters on the loading screen, you see .s.
Right, we're not ensuring client data file exists. That would make no sense. Because what are we gonna fill that with? Can you launch sub-agents? Launch an Opus sub-agent with the... Oh my god, why is this so fucking slow today? What the fuck is happening? What we're gonna do is actually write me a full description of everything you know about what we're building here. Nope. Not fucking no, within your context window here. So write the full thing here, right? Like one more time. I'm just gonna look at the fucking code. Fuck it. I'm just gonna read it myself. I was gonna have it do it, but I want to check it. Alright. So, here's our class constants. So these are basically the dictionaries. So client data, company data, create JSON file, delete JSON file, read JSON file, write JSON, what's the difference between create JSON and write JSON? I feel like some of these are redundant. Hold on a second. Let me look at this again. So navigate. So this enables you to basically go to any box, nested dictionaries, along path, return, parent, dict, and then final key. Cool. That's good. We need that. Create JSON, good. Delete JSON, good. Read JSON, good. Is read JSON part of... Do we really need read JSON? I don't think so. All right, so here's some functions that I don't think we actually need. Let me know what you think. I feel like the walk JSON covers this because basically all we gotta do is walk the JSON file to pull the variables that we need. So we don't really ever need to read the full JSON. It just kind of doesn't make sense. Write JSON. Also doesn't really make sense because we have the add key, delete key, add value, delete value, so on and so forth, right? Like we already have those. So I don't really think we ever need write JSON. And then we also have a create JSON already. So it's like that. I don't think we ever need the write JSON. We definitely need the create JSON. Don't get me wrong here, but like I'm just talking about write JSON. Build nested JSON. Do we really need because I feel like we could just use add nest, delete nest. We could just use add nest and delete nest to basically build the files, like the nests for the JSON file. Replace nest makes sense. Replace value, replace delete value, add value.
Whenever anybody finds out that I collect action figures, they always go, "Oh, you don't open them though, right?" Like that's the word. Of course I fucking open them. Yeah, I'm playing with them. I have an imagination. I'm not a fucking weirdo who keeps them in the box. You ever seen the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin? It's literally a movie about a guy who isn't able to have sex because he collects action figures and keeps them in the box. You know what they call the movie about a guy who takes action figures out of the box and plays with them? Guy who bangs them. If I kept these in the box, how would I do things like this? I'm gonna slice you from head to toe, Bubba. Your quarrel's not with me, Logan. It's with him. Ah, riddle me this. Who wants a kiss? I do. I do. What way's better than one? Better than two? Not as good as four. The answer is three-way. See, like, when I kept him in the box, that would be weird. That
Let me read this.
Read JSON, write JSON, partial correction here.
Oh, okay. Add value, delete value, or literal one-line aliases for add key. There's no real key versus nest. For read JSON, since 6 other methods depend. Update the 6 internal callers. For updating the 6 internal callers, are you talking about basically building them inside of each one of the files individually instead of having them centralized, be a centralized function? Because I always prefer centralized functions, personally. What the fuck is happening, dude? I died, dude. I love my gingers.
Okay.
That's perfect. Let's move on to the next question. Odd Doctor. Odd value, delete value, or use odd one line aliases of a key to a key. So basically, if they're byte for byte implementations, we should clean it up. Yeah, we should fold that into the cleanup too, without a doubt. Why would you recommend for them to stay scoped? I really hope we get more Bernie Sanders out in public office, dude. It's fucking fucked. Okay. So let me see here. So navigate basically just pulls all the nested dictionaries, correct? Okay, so I would actually like for something to actually pull all the nested dictionaries as variables and return the in the order that they show up in and return them as variables. I think that would be good. I think that would be useful because then we can create filters from those. So basically we could use navigate for editing specific nested dictionaries, correct? So like I could feed it a nested dictionary value that I want to find and it would find it for me. That's what navigate does. Just verify. Data path create false. Okay, so data. What is the path variable? Yes, so it's basically looking for path. Path equals path. For key in path -1. If key not in data, what's data? Data would be path is the location of the. Okay, this is the JSON file itself. So the JSON file -1 if key not in data, so this is the search variable. If not create equals false, return none path, so that doesn't exist. But then I can also use it to create something. And then it also is able to actually populate the key if it doesn't exist. Create and populate the key if it doesn't exist. Correct? I feel like this one's a little redundant, to be honest. I feel like if I did it the other way, where what I'm suggesting here is basically return them as variables, like all the keys, then I can make another one. I don't think I'm ever gonna need that kind of a function though, like the the current navigate function. I don't think I actually need. Am I using that anywhere else in here? Let's see. Oh, it is. Oh, all right. That's already part of the thing. So delete key. Oh. That's fine. I can see that being used there. Okay, so it's basically just trying to find it. So it just basically populates it as a all right, that makes sense. I see. So basically it's retrofitting all of the create and delete functions for either keys or values. For keys, it only is used for keys, right? No, even values. Or values to then basically be able to either well, edit any nested key value pairs. That makes sense. All right, that's cool. All right. The next thing we need is some sort of read approach. So like basically to be able to return specific key pair types. So based off of the constants. So if it's one of the constants that are being called, then it's going to be per page, but this is going to be like later kind of a thing that's going to be used for more of a front end situation. So basically if we wanted to see all of the services, right? And then the service is going to have shit. All of the services, then the service is going to basically have a wage attached to it, a cost for the, and let's say it has multiple services, like there are multiple services that are offered, then basically the nest would be the service, and then the key value pairs would be the wages associated with the service. But here's the thing, what if the service has multiple steps in it? Then it would have multiple wage pairs. So then you would call the client, which would be the JSON file, the service, and then you could populate it with steps per service. I'm so proud of my sister-in-law, my other sister-in-law. I have two sister-in-laws. I always wanted sisters. Dude, oh my god, it pisses me off so bad. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, everything that's going on in the world is crazy, dude. It just, there's so much happening. So here's the thing. We need to make something that can create step underscore variable name nests. Is it possible to do 4D nesting JSON files? So basically, it would create a service nest, and then a sub nest of that's called step, and inside of that it would be populated with the wage. And you can add as many wages or positions or things that you want to that step. So then, fuck, hold on. But then we need a consistent naming convention for each one of those. So basically, for them to either have the name wage in relation to the related constant. Material, whatever. So then on the front end side, I would basically imagine being able to have like a list that would be like client, service, and then step, so on and so forth, right? And then each step would have its own wage, its own material cost, its own whatever built into it. Or like the owner rate or whatever the fuck, right? Don't build the front end, by the way. We're just discussing this part here. Like for context. We're just discussing it for context. So But then we need the naming conventions for each one of the ones that are added to the service. Like, so we should do like a service builder function, and then the sub functions associated with that. So like a fresh service one, and then the sub one, adding a service step, and then like adding in like in what to add to that or delete to that, and basically have it be able to work with either of the delete or add functions for the keys. I think that will work. No. I'm saying 4D in the sense it would be like, so the top step is the other formatting that we were discussing. So one JSON file per client, right? And it would have all of the client variables, all the other things, and then it'd be basically services, service name, and then step 1 wage, step 2 wage. Or whatever other variables you fill into that, right? Materials, whatever, right? So it'd be 4D from the perspective of like, so it would be 4D from the perspective of like client and services are on the same layer. Like all the client's dictionary are on the same layer. It would be following the same shape as the default client constant. So cascading from there, services, then the service name, then step. Each step has a different wage and materials, or you can add multiple wages, multiple whatever you want to add to each step you can. And then the naming convention for wage has to have the consistent naming convention, but it has to have some sort of differentiator between the other wages, assuming that there's potentially other wages associated with the same step. The differentiator in the other instance would be the subcategory, the step itself. And then the differentiator between the steps would be step 1, step 2, step 3, so on and so forth. And then the differentiator between that step and other steps and other services would be the actual service name itself. and then moving its way up, the difference between the services there, or like, yeah, like the services category and others would be they're in completely different JSON files. So it's not like they're completely irrelevant to each other. Clients. No. Build me a sample map of what you're talking about, please. Let me just make sure that this is correct. No, with text, like you did with the other one. Here we go. All right. So client data, JSON, client name, correct. Client monthly services. Okay, good. Services, web design, steps. No. There's no point to having steps. Like that category, it could just be step 1, step 2, step 3, because why do a subcategory of something that already is the subcategory of that? So step is a subcategory of the service itself. And then the service itself is a subcategory of services. That's the structure I'm looking for. Exactly. Both to start. Design builder functions. That's what we're looking for right now. We're not looking to... Oh no, also read functions. Both, yes. That's literally it. That's the last part. That's the last bit.
Pachamama para conseguir todo lo necesario para tener unas buenas florecitas. Más, y ahora nos venimos para Organic Roots porque necesitaba algo para hacer nuestras vidas y claramente
Let me see. What kind of sub-agent is this? Is this a haiku? I hope it's not using fucking Opus. Yes. Alright, so these are going to be the new name. No subscription.
Like a little cow, that puppy. Yes! That would actually skip a step of what I'm looking for. $18.5K. I remember the first time I looked and saw 60,000 tokens when I was like using this fucking Oh my god, I'm only at 3% still. This is gonna I'm gonna crush this. Let me look at this. I've been seeing so much of his stuff recently, it's hilarious. I updated the location of these two files. Can we update all the imports, please? Thank you. Okay, we need to make math functions for the corresponding variables, well, the dictionary variables inside of the key diction. Corresponding keys inside of these JSON, inside of the JSON files. The JSON files. So first I was thinking about making like separate addition, subtraction files and multiplication functions. Functions. But then do this, like basically populate inside of the JSON editor file this constant with those variables. So like basically if there's ever anything that exists within the, or would it be in the services one? Like the service builder, would it be in there instead, potentially? Like once the service is created, then populate the total wages, total material, and client net. Total material, total wages, and client net with the corresponding math equations. Or would that go in math functions, like the math functions file, basically having like a loop for adding a bunch of things, like a bunch of like, or like subtracting a bunch of things. Specifically that, because honestly all we really need to do is add a bunch of costs and then subtract them from the budget, essentially. So we only need one loop. Well, actually, let's make it a loop for X formula, so it could be done for anything. Just leave it open like that, and then we can populate it with addition. So that'd be two functions there. Ah, yes. That'd be perfect. This sounds perfect to me. Question: are you using a haiku model for recalculation and like for the plan? The planning process? Just curious. It'd be good if it was. Ah, cool. All right, you're good. You're good. Thanks.
Anyway, so unfortunately, it's more than $5, right?
Well, I'm not seeing any of these charge orders in the Pokemon price guide, but this one is supposed to be this one. But as you can see here, Thrift Girl, this is a reversal one, and this is supposed to be the center.
Maybe their printer messed up and so it's extra rare.
I don't think so. I don't think it's mistakes. I'm pretty sure.
I really thought this was gonna be the time, but I guess it's okay. I only spent $1 for it. They brought in a new version of a Charizard.
God damn it, dude. What the fuck is happening? Why? Yes. Yes. All right, let's run through everything that has been done so far to the current repository here. So we have the JSON creator, JSON builder, all that sort of stuff. You can add keys, add all the stuff, like basically, and then we added a delete, also delete any keys, to edit entire JSON files. Like basically a full-blown JSON editor. Now, the next thing is the file stuff. Basically make sure that default JSON files and folders exist, like folder structure exists, like the harness for the application. Then we made a services builder, so basically you can create a new client and you can add services to the client. Should we actually make that, instead of services builder, actually make it a client editor and then make services, or should we make that a separate file, client editor, and basically you can create a new client, add services, all that sort of stuff to that, or should we just merge the both of those into one file? Or make them both separate files and place them in a single folder where it's like client management folder. Basically, and then after that we also add the math stuff to basically manage all of the math equations that are populated inside of the JSON files for per client as items are added or subtracted. Is there anything else that's missing? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's missing. Ah, yes, I know what. But this is like more other stuff. I know exactly what's missing now. Because this stuff right here, this needs to be... Alright, so we have this done. So let's go ahead and actually mark that off as being done. Yes, edit that. Got that. We need this and this. Yeah, but now also you're gonna move services builder into the client folder, correct? Because that's related to that. And then JSON editor is database, that's fine. But agreed, yes. Client manager and company manager also, yes. Those are definitely needed. And also, yes, that's actually the next thing I was gonna say was default services. We need a way to be able to basically save a service like from any JSON file as a default service and then be able to populate that default service into any client. And basically we would create a new JSON file that has these default services as individual, well, either one JSON file with all the default services, like with the sub nesting and all that sort of stuff, or a folder with different JSON files, but I think that's kind of wasteful for it to be a folder with different JSON files. I think a single JSON file with the default would be the best. What do you think? Then we would need like error handling and all that sort of stuff. But other than that, I think we're pretty much done. Any client's service. That way it's a default service. And then being able to populate. And then being able to populate also means that you should be able to pull all of the default services as a list as well. And making sure that they follow the naming convention that makes them searchable within the current syntax of the entire code base. I agree with that. I actually think default services might go in the database folder because it's part of the database. It's like another management tool for the database. You know what I mean? Although, no, yeah. Because it's directly reading and writing to the database. Well, the JSON folder structure database, whatever the fuck. Math functions make sense there. It deep copies the template. Basically, it should be editable as a separate file. Like, it should be editable like within the client. So it's like it's just basically pulling it in. So then that way, if they need to update any pricing, anything for that particular client, they can do that. The services, no versioning, because the services are unique to each client. They're unique instances. It's just a matter of basically being able to pull the fundamental base variables at least. That way you don't end up rebuilding entire services over. And you can change the pricing per client if you want. For different items. Honestly, it could span out to, in the future, hold on. Yep. Then also we got to make sure that the default services JSON file exists. And if it's a folder currently, we need to make it not a folder. We need to make it a JSON file. It should exist at the same level as the client's folder. So quote unquote root level of the app storage. Also, quick thing, the delete, it should be using the delete function from the JSON editor, okay? But other than that, yeah, let's go ahead and take on wonderful. Let's go ahead and do client manager and copy manager. This is great. I'm at 5%. I might even be able to fucking... What do you mean by integration? Oh. Yes, please. So is app.py the explain it's like a thread. Can we call that backend orchestrator instead? Because I feel like app.py makes it feel like it's the actual app itself. No. I said back-end orchestrator, like the full, like... Now, we need the ability to make a new folder. Do we? Do we actually need that? The ability to make a new folder. Do we have any new subfolders? Clients. Inside of the folder, the file manager, folder manager, whatever the fuck, let's make a function there that checks to see that the, okay, we already have it to basically check to see if the default application storage folder exists. Then we need to make sure that the following shape exists. A folder inside of there that's clients. Then make sure that the we need some sort of like boot default storage file and folder shape function. So basically, after it checks for the file, for the folder to make sure it exists, we need a function that basically makes sure that the company JSON file exists. Clients folder exists inside of there. That's it. Oh yeah. and also a settings JSON file, which we need to make a default shape for, but that's going to come after we figure out what we're going to populate it with. What would be in the side of a JSON file for that? It'd be like, no, honestly, the then we need that to basically be the first thing that boots, that happens when it boots, when the application boots. Is there anything else that's missing from here, from your perspective? Is there anything else that's missing inside of the application from your perspective? I'm trying to think of what else could be possibly missing. Yeah. That's fine. I don't think I really want CSV or PDF generation, to be completely honest, just because the application is the interface and you're storing it digitally already, so it's like having it be in a separate location might not be worth it. And it's more back-end business stuff than it is like front client-facing stuff. It's more for like business management. For like a single owner business, so it's like meh. Error handling, yes, that would be ideal. Logging system, also debug messages, all that sort of stuff. A README would be nice. And yeah, the UI, I understand. That's the last thing we're building. But let's go ahead and do that, the first parts there that I mentioned. The error handling, logging, and documentation. Do you think you can set off sub-agents to basically plan those out for each one of them? Basically one for error handling, well, one for logging, and then run that in sequence with another sub-agent for basically once you have the logging system, so like all the debug messages and all that stuff centralized in a single location, not just prints, have it be a actual like Python logging. And then from there, patch that start the error handling with another subagent, and then from there do another subagent for documentation, readme. That's a pretty simple handling of everything. Yeah, this is a fresh one. One small edit, it's not going to be a web UI. It's a normal like desktop application. just a quick check here. Basically, now this is done. That. This done. Done. Finished. So pretty much, I'm done. Now it's doing debugging, it's doing the other shit, and then we're gonna get started on UI, and UI is gonna be easy. We need to do like a fucking launch. Like if the company profile doesn't exist. Alright, this is gonna take a minute, so I'm gonna just stop recording here.
We're never meant to get fooled. We're never meant to get fooled. We're never meant to get fooled. I'm 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 never meant to get fooled. I stuck in hiking, hiking, hiking high. I soaking, 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 soaking high. But I stay down like it, hike it, hike it, hike it high. I know I stay bound like it, hike it, hike it, hike it out.
Alrighty. So let's see what's up. Oh. Run sequential agents to implement each step. Alright, so I guess that's pretty much that. We're gonna pause the recording again. Fucking crap.
says I
Alright, supposedly now it's done. Let's run one more sub agent just to double check all the work that was changed. That's the last part, and then I'm gonna do UI, and then we're done. Alright. Just some last things. Let's place this all in the same folder and update any imports. And let's update the name of this folder. Margin master. It's running as if it's on manual mode. Why is it asking me for every action? There's literally no requirements, so that's fine. Is the GNU license the same as the GPL license? GPL without a doubt. God damn it. Alright. Okay. So let's work on the UI now. Basically, all we really need for the UI for this application is a single application is okay. Well, let's start with a home window. Home window is gonna have, oh fuck, we need to set up a setup wizard, some sort of like step-by-step thread just to run things. Basically, all we gotta do is basically populate the default configuration variables, and that's going to be essentially the company JSON file. So it's just going to ask for the variables for each part of the JSON file, just basically populate it with the collected variables by the end of it, and that's pretty much it. That would be the overall one, and then after that we do have actually we also need a new math application. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that later. Why weren't these moved? Also, please let's move these files into their own logger folder. Just the back end to start with, but I guess if it makes the fucking front end, fuck it. let's put these 3 files in a single folder. Let's call it like local system, or can you think of a better name for that? App core, I like that one. All right, let's build the UI. All right, so let's make it so the setup wizard only shows up if the configuration file, well, I guess like the company file, the company JSON file doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, then make the configuration trigger. Now we're going to be working on the UI, so the first thing we want to build is the UI for the configuration. For the setup wizard. I'm going to just build out to see what it builds, and then we'll take it from there. I just want to build something, and then we'll take it from wherever fucking error messages or whatever the fuck shows up. Basically, we'll be taking it from wherever it goes. Like, we'll take whatever error messages we can get. We're just gonna build the foundation. This is just a general orchestrator, isn't it? Well, the UI should be triggering that. Let's place the setup UI stuff in the front end. Where's my front end? It got taken out. Fucking made a dumb decision. Why the fuck would it take off my front end folder? Now, backend orchestrator, shouldn't the front end be actually orchestrating the backend, like the backend should just exist as backend. Basically, the backend should just exist as something that exists as a, like, that it interfaces with the UI front end, and then there should be a front end orchestrator that is actually orchestrating the entire application. I don't like that or that. Basically, the backend orchestrator is what the front end is going to basically be interfacing with, correct? Perfect. Let's also import math functions into the database side, because that's basically a database tool. Also update any imports that involve it. I think they're all in the database side, to be honest, though. This is a lovely breakdown of this app. It's like, it's just coming together real nice. All right, now that we have the setup UI done, let's go ahead and start creating the UI front end, the home of the application. So quick question, actually, before we actually start that. For the company JSON file, is there a location where it has all of like the company net? Why is it doing this? Gross net wages. here's a quick thing. We need another sub file that is like another nested key that is literally just subscriptions, and to be able to add multiple subscriptions to that. That's another thing that we gotta do, because that's just a general cost of the company. So it's like, and there's gonna be multiple. So the ability to basically say subscription, the naming convention for that essentially should just be like, it should be in the same company level JSON file, where basically you have a subscription nested key, and then inside of there's another one there's basically just the name of the subscription, the cost, name of subscription cost, name of subscription cost, name of so on and so forth, so you can add and remove. So let's do the same exact shape that we have for services basically, but for subscriptions essentially, but only for that particular file, because that's the only one that actually gets subscriptions for now, at least. I can't believe I'm building this with fucking Haiku. This is ridiculous. Oh, actually, it shouldn't even need to be like another, like, it could just be key value, key value, key value, honestly. It doesn't need to be a whole other sub thing, kind of like wages and services. Nah, I think it could just be, honestly, it could just be key value, duh. Perfect. Now let's make the function that updates the subscriptions. Oh, it's already doing the addition. Fucking beautiful. Yes, let's go for it. So let's show the analytics of the company name. And exactly the variables that I checked out to make sure that we had at the very start. Basically, have it show up on the right hand side, company name on the left hand side, like upper left hand corner, and then like basically right hand side of the window, have it show up with the like those variables that I showed you right here, that I just listed. And then underneath on the left hand side of that, underneath the company title name, let's do like a circular, let's do PySide 6 for the UI. I'm gonna install it. Can I get the bash, the command? Get the command for that, please, just to do the pip install. Pip install command, please. And then but anyway, so this right here, I want it to basically be Oh yeah, let's also update the setup to be a PySide 6 UI. Sorry about that. And then what I want is basically for the circle, like I want subscriptions to be, let's say, magenta, wages to be red, profit, like net, to be green, and then materials yellow, and basically for them to show up in a circle graph, like kind of like a donut, and then have it split the entire thing. So basically it just goes, fuck, no. Yeah, it shows all of the costs in a circle, like split up as if like the 100% was a circle, and then the very end of it is gonna be whatever is net profit, and then inside of that circle have a little like a smaller donut that outlines it, and basically goes, all of the actual like costs are gonna be red, and then the net is gonna be green. That's Pippin Thol PySide says. I want to freeze my dependencies, please, into my requirements. I forgot the command for that. Nice. All right. No, you're good. You're good. All right. So awesome. All right, now I want to basically be able to make another button that's going to pull, it's going to open up a new window. Now I want to make another window that is basically going to be all of the companies, all the clients that I'm currently working with. So it's basically going to search the clients folder for the clients data, and then after that you can double click on that, and it would basically pull up the client services, and it's going to pull all the analytics related to the client as well. So at the top, it'll pull out the client name, number of services, client budget, client cost, wage cost, and cost, client materials. If there are no client materials or no client wage cost, it would just show up empty. Don't make it show like a client materials thing and then have it say 0, or a client wage cost and have it say 0 if they don't exist. Then client net profit, and then underneath that would be a list of all the services that they are getting from you. Then inside of that, it would have all of the if you double clicked one of the services, it would open up the steps of the service, and then the wage cost, materials, whatever, in relation, if however they show up within the JSON file for that particular service. And there would be another button that would show up on this services tab, like when you clicked into a service, that says make a default service from this one. And if you click that, it would copy the service like exactly how the JSON file works for that, for like the database. There's a tool for that on the back end. And then after that, you can also edit each of the steps, or add more steps, or change the order of the steps, and it would rename the steps in relation to the name, the order in the actual JSON file. So the order that is reflected inside of the JSON file is what's reflected inside of the UI. You have all of the front end and back end stuff for this. Like, everything's built out. Unless, if you need anything, just let me know, and before actually building it, we have to actually like put that together. I'm putting it in plan mode because this is a pretty big one. Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna pause this just because it's gonna take a hot minute. run it. Alright, so now it's building it out. Run the virtual environment. It's already installed. Pip PySide 6 is already installed. This is my virtual environment. All right. Now we're going to test this out. What? Oh my god, dude. Where is Margin Master Main? Where is that? Why can't I run it under margin under main? Why can't I run it as a Python script? Which is the realer way, which brings me to the more complete file. I think it'd be number 2, right? The more complete app. Awesome. But now here's the thing, it's supposed to run the setup first if it doesn't have the file, and where's the home? So it's like, it goes, basically the order of a UI is going to be if the application is not set up yet for like the storage, if it's not set up yet, then it's supposed to check to see, it's supposed to trigger the setup UI. And then after that, it goes into the home, and then the home has a button that triggers the window we just built here for all the client stuff. The logic's already there. So front-end orchestrator is supposed to actually be orchestrating all of the coordination between all the UIs. The UIs are supposed to just be like, the layout files are just supposed to be UI layout files for the backend. But the orchestrator file is supposed to be orchestrating everything. And then main calls that. Ah! I need to install matplotlib. That's perfect. Git install. Freeze requirements after this. Awesome. Alright, I just installed it. Please continue. I just installed matplotlib. Continue, please. Why does it keep bugging out like that? I literally run all my applications. Why does it have to be module syntax? Why can't I do the direct script? Is there a benefit to either or? I'm curious because I've never actually come across that. Well, okay, so the Python 3 approach is the more complete app approach, correct? Like it's closer to being a real actual app. I always approach it. I've always done it through the Python 3 approach. I've never done it through modules. That's why I'm like kind of asking about that. Well, I'm curious about it, like which is the correct approach, like the standard, industry standard approach. Well, it's gonna be a full-blown app, so it's like it's gonna be the application. I'm gonna like compile it, PKG, and all that sort of stuff, like. And all of that eventually. Well, no, I'm gonna do Py to app and all that sort of stuff. I don't have to. No, I mean, it's literally gonna be a Mac application. Oh, that's why. What? Why does it keep looking like that? Why can't I launch it from this? Oh my god, I can barely read that. That's so annoying. Why can't I run it from my my repository folder? Why do I have to do it from root? That's so weird. Oh my god. Yeah, that's weird. Yes, please. Well, wait. Well, here's the thing. It's not supposed to go into the home because it's not filled in yet. It doesn't have any of the variables. It's the first time I'm running it. Woof. Alright, so first of all, it's not supposed to be going into home, first of all. Second of all, home doesn't have a button to go into the, at least I don't see it, to go into the clients tab. Like, well, the clients window. Not if it doesn't exist. I'm saying if it's not filled. If it's not filled, it needs the variables in order to be filled, in order to be able to run. It will definitely exist. Can you make it so the application doesn't have things that are out of the initial crop in relation to the button? Now, in relation to, you didn't answer my other part. I said the variables need to be filled in the company JSON file. If they're not filled, then go to the setup window. But it'll exist by default as per the creation of it, which is the beginning of the entire thing. It checks to make sure that the folder structure exists and the files exist that it's supposed to have. Alright, let's see what this looks like. It looks like but we're gonna work with it. Alright, it's still booting to that. There's still no button. Oi. Is it white on white? I like this interface. This is cool. Alright, let's go back. There's no back button. So in the service button, there's no back button. Let's not make the client. Alright, so the button's there, but it's invisible basically. I clicked the bottom right hand corner. It's something's there, but it's not like the UI color scheme needs help. So white text on a white background, probably a bad idea. I'm just gonna say the button itself for the clients is, I'm guessing, white text on a white background too, or manage clients. I see it, but there's no contrast. Let's update the contrast, please. Let's make it like, oh my lord. We have some work to do. Look at this shit. Looks like trash. There we go. If monthly gross is $10,000, why is net profit 0? Question: if monthly gross is $10,000 in this sample, why is net profit 0? Yes, absolutely, please. We should definitely auto-calculate on load.
I've always wanted to make a game for the Nintendo 64.
Let's see what we got. Woof. Oops. There it is. Manage clients. All right, so we need an add clients button. In the manage clients window, we need an add clients button. So all the text is on top of each other. I don't even know what it says. First node under the in the circle, all of the text is basically placed on top of each other. It looks not good. Then, like, so I have no idea what this actually says. It's just a bunch of text just all on top of each other. I'm guessing those are potentially the company names or like the client names. Cool. Once I made a new client, there is a white window where I double click the test. I double clicked client and I can see white text over a white background again. So let's fix that. For services, it's completely blank. We need an add services button. Alright, so you just removed the text. What text was there that was all... So now there's no text. When there was text beforehand, what was that text? And why is it no longer visible? Also, in the actual services window where it says details for the cost type or cost type subcategory and then details, what subcategory also is that? Task maybe? That should maybe say something like that, because that would make more sense. And then where it says details, it still has the JSON formatting. Could we strip that down and place it bulleted one on top of the other? That way and then make the row expand with the bullets, so then you can see all the aspects about it, like one on top of the other. So parse the data and then bullet it one on top of the other for details. That'd be awesome. Let's also make clients, and then when you double click a client, make it a stack. So there's another window that takes over that. So the next one would be the client services, the wage cost, and then also let's add a button into this services window here. Well, the client window, sorry, before being able to double click for services, to basically say like edit budget, and then material cost is showing up. Please make it so wage cost or material cost don't show up unless there's actually a wage or material cost associated with any of the services inside of the client. That's the other part. Also, I added a cost in wage and it didn't update the math. It's supposed to update the math like right after I do the like adding the service and cost. So I don't understand like why it's not doing that. It's supposed to do it right after it does the cost. So like whenever you add a new step, a new whatever, that either adds budget, removes budget, after every single math like related number that is added or removed, it should be updating the actual numbers, like the math side of things. I should have just done this in a freaking spreadsheet. It would have been easier. I might just run this through Opus and just be like, yo, just convert this. Yes, add a legend instead. That'd be good for now. Two, yes, that's what I'm asking for. 3. I'm adding the UI. The UI, like if I'm adding a budget, that's what I'm asking for number 4 there as well. So basically anything that's a number that is associated with either gross or net, like I mean it's a calculated variable for the math equations, it should just be updating all the math. Also one last thing, costs and profit, the words are on the outside of the ring. Can you place them on the inside of the ring? And also costs are currently 0 and profit's 100%, so it should be basically all green. So I don't understand why it's doing that. I'm sorry, I meant the inner circle is half and half red, half green, so it should be all green on the inside circle. So let's just litter the entirety of every single function with debugging messages, please. Can we just make sure that every single function gets a debugging logging message, because I want to be able to track everything that happens so I can give you the logs. I'm almost done for the night. Alright, that was fast as shit. It's fast, but god damn it, looks like everything looks like trash. Alright, it's not logging. I did a bunch of stuff and it's not logging any of the things I did. I added a new budget amount. Like every single function, literally litter the entire thing. So there's like, it logs every single action that the application takes. Like literally everything. No, it should be on the... No, all the logging should be done on the back end, not the front end. The logging should be in the back end too, not just the front end. Why just the front end? God damn it, dude. That was the whole point. I gave you a 20-30 minute task, dude. Alright, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Did you actually do it or are you just telling me you did it? Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna clear the context window just because it's so fucking jam-packed. All right. Well, let's see. Manage clients. I click that. All right. Clients appeared. Test. All right. Edit. I did this, and also it has the like all the other like the wages, and yet this is the numbers currently. Well, it's just showing the default $10,000 monthly gross and net profit of $10,000 that it originally had when I first ran it. By the way, this is a new context window. I've been working on this. I just cleared the old context window for the overhead of tokens that it was taking up. It's not just being displayed. Is it actually updating the... What's updating the UI? It could be updating the backend, but it's not updating the UI. It just says $10,000 monthly gross and $10,000 monthly net. Total wage is 0. No, it's not up. The UI is not updating in the analytics of the homepage. It should be populating. It should just literally be populating with the math calculates to the JSON file, and then the like for the company JSON file, and it should just be populating the front end with that. It should literally be calculating the oh, so it's not updating the UI, the actual JSON file. It's just literally outputting the math and not sending it anywhere. Is that what it was? But even then, so was it my last message, what I just said? Basically, was it that it was just not it was like doing the math, but not outputting the math to like the JSON file and updating it, and then the JSON file wasn't also updating the UI? All right. It still says $10,000. The UI still isn't updating with the new variables. It should also do this on boot for the application. Aha! So monthly gross still says 10,000. Monthly gross hasn't updated and it still says $10,000. No, but it's not supposed to be 10,000. It's supposed to be way more. I made new clients. I added new amounts and everything. It still says $10,000 monthly gross. You test the math systems on the back end. Yeah, it's still not updating. It's still not updating the monthly gross. It's still not updating the monthly gross. What is feeding the monthly gross? Is it pulling it from the JSON file for the company? Then what is actually adding the monthly gross on the JSON file for the company? Is there something that's currently doing that and calculating that? There it is. Can we double check not just the wages, but also materials to make sure that they do update correctly as well, please? Thank you. Hold on. So option 1 and option 2 are the same thing. So basically the company's revenue is the monthly client budget. That's what's given to the client. That's what's given from the client to you, like to the company. Then can we also double check materials to make sure that they're populating how the wages populate? And then can we also make sure with subscriptions that they're actually updating correctly? Can we Is there a... Also... Also, there isn't a subscriptions button or window or any of that stuff. There should be one as well, please. Thank you. I think I need to clear the context window already again. At the bottom of the monthly subscription, the managed subscriptions window, it's white text on white background. Can we please fix that? When I added the subscription, it didn't log the functions. Like every single function that is made should have a corresponding debug log item, please. And then also the after I added it, it didn't update the total monthly subscriptions, and it did not update the net profit at all. After I added this, it still says on the home, it still says subscriptions 1, 2, 3. It should be refreshing all math. It should not be based on per function. It should be centralized for the refresh. Why do I have to why do I have to set this per, like the entirety of the UI needs to be resetting, like with that math. Let's make a centralized math update function instead of being it per task, and then literally have it just trigger that instead of like after doing like updating that particular one. That would be, I think, the better approach, because then we have a centralized math location for like all of the math being just updated. It's simple math. It's not expensive in terms of like computing power. It's like cheap as shit. Might as well just do it. That gets triggered per task. Oh my god, dude, I can't stand that he keeps doing this. The screen keeps bugging out so bad. Per numerically triggered per JSON update, because then it's like for like item, because then it would just literally, regardless of it being like text or a fucking number, it would always just do the math. And then doing like a math equation after it for that. It's just too much. It's all over the fucking place. All right. Let's add a subscription. Blah, blah. It's not updating the math. It's still not updating the math. I don't understand why. Is the budget one tied to that? Like, is that... Dude, literally everything should have a fucking debug window, dude. What the fuck? Like, everything should have a logged item. Like what is this? It's not doing the math. It is not updating the math. It's still not updating the math. What the fuck is happening? I'm about to put Sonnet on this. I'm about to fed up with this shit, dude. No, that's not the point. It's supposed to do all of the math simultaneously from a centralized function. Why isn't it also doing the subscriptions? There's such few amount of variables. Why is this so difficult? This is such an easy fucking thing. Why? Oh my god, dude. And there's still no fucking logging on top of that. What the fuck? Oh my god. all right, now here's the thing, it's supposed to be able to take negative numbers. If you're in the red entirely, that's your fucking problem. But it's supposed to show an accurate representation of what the company's status is. So if the first of all, so did it just error out and not allow it to do that because it was over the amount of monthly gross? Because it's supposed to show an accurate number. If it's a negative number, it's a negative number. It's not a front end thing. Where is the error happening? Summarize what you just did on clearing and opening a new context window. This is what was just done on the last previous context window. Here's what is happening. So it says company in red, loss is like whatever amount it is, right? Now here's my problem. Why can't that show in the pie graph? The pie graph, it should be a number, like based off of like 100%. I get that you need to have, it's based off 100% profit. But if you're in the red, I want the matplotlib to be able to show the opposite, basically, the negative side of it. So if you're in the red, how out of the percentage that you're in the red, what percentage is the profit? Oh, the gross. So basically, is option 1 possible? Because then it would be one window that, like one circle that would overlap. For number 1, I think that's what that would look like, wouldn't it? I just like the look of the circle graph. But option 3 might be my ultimately what I'm gonna end up going with. But can we do number 1 in a way that it reflects negative, like in the sense that like you're in the red? Give it a go. Let's see what you got. I want to see what this looks like. Let's see. Let's see. So what does the loss actually represent? The red loss the red loss color? I'm kind of confused by that. Is that like, can you briefly explain that to me? So for example, gross is 1,000, wages is 600, materials is 300, subscription is 200, total cost 1,000, loss 100, cost over your revenue 600, 300, the money you're hemorrhaging. So let's see. Let's remove clients. Oh shit. We need a in the client manage client window, we need a remove client please button. That would be awesome. Thank you. I kind of like this potentially. We're just gonna see. Also for the matplotlib text for like the percentages and stuff like that, can you make those black over the text black, please? I really dislike UI stuff. I'm asking you to please add a delete client button. Read what I said, please. I said we need to remove. Oh yeah, I can see how that was confusing. Basically, we need a remove client button in that window, please. Thank you. Make it the same exact color as add client. Put add client to the left and remove client to the right. Like on the right hand side, the orientation. Add client, make it red. I mean, keep it green and then remove client, make it red on the right of add client.
Ties to this entity.
for every single okay, so removing clients changes the math. So if we remove clients, we also need the centralized math equation to get triggered. It didn't. And then the other side of it is, actually, let me see something. Yeah. Okay, that is it. Also, we need the debugging for that too. Is there any place that I could put a centralized debugging location where I don't need to add debugging locations to every single thing? Like basically for it to just have, are you not doing that by default? Is that what's happening? Like am I supposed to like state to add debugging messages to everything? No, but I want to see everything. I want to get a heartbeat of the entire application. That's the goal. So I literally do need to update every single one. But either way, we need that delete to equate to the recalculation button function. Basically, if I delete a client, it should be recalculating the math. If I add a client, that's not so important until I add an item, so that's fine because that's JSON, that covers it. But yeah, if I delete an item, if I delete a subscription, well, that's already covered under the JSON centralized math side. Okay, so that's fine. If I delete a subscription, is that a JSON? I believe, yeah, that's a JSON action, so that actually does get covered by the math. And then I want literally every single function to have a associated debug message. But it's already there for most of it. I just need to literally state it every fucking time. It's annoying. Yes, please. in the services window, let's make the details expand as far as they need for every variable to show. So like there shouldn't be like a point where like details is covering it up so much that it's making it so stuff doesn't show up for like the bullets. It's only 3 deep, and so basically it just like it just pushes them down, you know what I mean? If it's not like wide enough. So please, let's make that so it, when it spawns details, like the row, I mean the column, let's make it so the actual column itself is wide enough that it shows all the data by default, so I don't have to pull it open. Let's also add a column that actually has the total cost for the row as well, please. And one last thing, can we make it so clients, the actual like client window per client, like so if I double click on a client, it'll show like the client itself and all the services, and then the services window, so they're all a queue stack, so they're all like a single stack and it's not 3 separate windows. Even like I know there are 3 separate windows, but can we actually like not unify all 3 files, but basically populate a queue stack with each of the files, so it just like so it basically pops up one new window and then just swaps between the 3 layers. Can we make it so the queue stack actually resizes itself in relation to what the actual window is? Because it's kind of fucking weird. Like, So that way all the data is shown, yeah, but it's just a little weird. Like it's hard to like you get what I'm saying?
Skeleton would take those parts and stick them to its own body. And after collecting enough body parts, it makes a good camouflage. It looks like a pile of insects. In other words, it wears its victims as camouflage. That would make a good horror movie. Moral of the story, once again, you're not tripping. They don't call it the bone collector for nothing. As always, am I?
O sea, mamaste. The moment you realize you're completely screwed, but instead of crashing out, you choose peace.
No, it's not doing it. It's not doing it. It's still just ginormous. It's like the one ginormous size for every single instance. I don't understand. It's supposed to be adapting per layer. Now I can't see shit when I press that button. Oh wait, it's because it's erroring out. Still ginormous. Ah. All right. So the services, the third window, it starts off a little small. If you can make it a little bigger for that one, that'd be great. The first one for managed clients is a little big. If we can make that smaller and also make the text larger in the actual list of clients by like 2.5 times the current size for just that one. The middle one is actually perfect for the actual client itself. So you can update the service. Honestly, that one's perfect. Like where you can add services and stuff like that. That one's perfect. Actually, let's also make the text larger. By 2.5x for literally all of it. The entire application, actually. All of it. Then the actual percentages for the inner ring, can we put the percentages of the inner ring inside of the ring? Also the text for cost and profit of the inner ring, it's white on white again. So if we can make that black because of the screen is white, otherwise you can't see profit. It just stops, it gets cut off because of the white background. And then after that, if we can make the inner ring match the orientation of the costs in the outer ring. So right now the outer ring has all the costs facing north, and then the inner ring has all the costs facing west. But I just realized that both of them basically show the same kind of data, so the inner ring is kind of redundant. Actually, let's just remove the inner ring. It's fucking useless.
That's what I appreciate about Katya is she is constantly creating. Like, you know, she's not gonna take a break and do like this cowing, you know, saying oh hi to this. No. Just keep making content.
So all of these percentages are showing up, they're like stacking on top of each other, the text percentages. I am tempted to take away the text percentages, to be honest, because they are, it's kind of like, it's just showing up as like extra text that's just like stacking on top of itself. It's not very clearly laid out. I don't like it. For the circle donut chart or whatever the fuck, the ring chart, I'm almost considering just not doing this video. Let's see what these look like. Oh my god, these are giant. Let's make the text for inside the client's window for the test. Let's make it like the client names. Let's make them smaller, like by 0.5%. Point 0.3 for all of the text in the stack that's basically interactive stack. So basically the header, leave it as is for clients, but the actual data that's filled in for like the actual clients themselves, let's make that smaller by 0.3. Back to client, that can definitely go down by like 50% size. We can remove from the actual from the services page. This is from like the actual services page, right? So you can add service and all that sort of stuff. Let's make the add service button a little smaller. Let's also make it green. Let's take away where it says client : test. Let's just literally make it say the client name instead. It doesn't have to say client : and then services, same deal. Let's make both those texts stay that size actually. And then actually let's make services smaller by 0.2. Then the actual services in the window, let's make them smaller by 0.3 as well. Add service, same deal as, I already stated that. The budget stuff, like budget, wage cost, material cost, net profit on the right hand side of this, let's separate them more. So like all of the words actually are like, each row is separated by a solid amount, like not like a huge amount, but like I don't know how much to describe it by. Let's just give it a go and we'll take it from there on the next run. Also in the services where the steps are and then the costs per step, where it says cost type, subcategory details, you did not add the cost for the cost type. I asked you to make a new column there. So can you please list out what I'm requesting here in this, and then we'll take it from there. So then that way you can generate a sub client to actually take care of it, but only after we generate the list and we okay it. Oops. Also in this particular services and all that sort of stuff, it once again we can remove service : and then just have it say the service name, and then make the steps drag to order smaller by 0.5. Task itself, make it smaller by 0.3. On the right hand side, same deal, make it smaller by 0.3. Make the step task 1 also smaller, like the same exact size as steps. And then all the buttons at the bottom, let's make them 0.3 smaller, kind of like the other one. Make them match the ad service. In the previous window, and then same with the bottom, make default service from this, make that the same exact size too as the other buttons. So yeah, list off everything I said here, and then we're gonna like just literally like table style, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to go into detail, just literally what is it, how much, what is it, what like that. Itemized, but table, please. Thank you. Alright, so you say that the service detail column header for total cost column is already added, but I don't see it. No, it's in the last, the third layer, where it's like the actual services themselves. It's not there. Oh. Also, the height of the row needs to match so it shows all the details. I need to be able to see the details, because otherwise they keep disappearing at the bottom, and you need to make the height match so it matches, so I can see all of the details. So now please go ahead and edit this. We'll edit the table above to also have this. I do see the total cost, but it's not, it's also tucking down. So we need to make all the sizing adaptive for the rows and columns in this. I need to make a centralized UI like location for everything. All right, you did not hear me. I said update the table up above, the one that you had typed up beforehand. This one, so then we can give it to a sub agent to basically execute, because you're starting to get, your context window is starting to get really, really saturated. So we need the rows and columns to be adaptive. So it shows the data all the way across. It changes the size, and then the window size needs to be reflecting that as well. Update the table that you just sent me to please reflect that.
There's a fight brewing. That's the old ball cam. I'm too sexy for my hair. That's how come it isn't there. You don't know me. You forget.
Fearing possible investigation of prosecution, has launched a full-throttled effort to isolate the International Criminal Court. According to new Reuters reporting, the administration via the State Department are looking at all aspects of ways to try to stifle.
Yes, please. God damn it, dude.
Fearing possible investigation and prosecution, the Trump administration today has launched a full-throttled effort to isolate the International Criminal Court. According to new Reuters reporting, the administration via the State Department are looking at all aspects of ways to try to stifle the International Criminal Court's ability to prosecute Trump and other Trump administration officials. Now, the United States is not a party to the International Criminal Court, and Republican presidents, specifically including George Bush and now Trump, have long said that the ICC does not have sovereignty over any American, does not have the ability to investigate or prosecute any American.
It should.
He is responsible for prosecuting war crimes, genocide, etc. And while Trump long feared the possibility of an arrest warrant issued by the ICC, as that would prohibit his ability to travel to countries that do recognize the ICC sovereignty. And so now he's launching a full-scaled effort to
God damn.
try to isolate the ICC in any way possible. Spread the word, follow along for all the news you need to know about. Fearing possible investigation and prosecution, the Trump administration today has launched a full-throttled effort to isolate the International Criminal Court. According to new Reuters reporting, the administration via the State Department are looking at all aspects of ways to try to stifle the International Criminal Court's ability to prosecute Trump and other Trump administration officials. Now, the United States is not a party to the International Criminal Court, and Republican presidents, specifically including George Bush and now Trump, have long said that the ICC does not have sovereignty over any American, does not have the ability to investigate or prosecute any American. The ICC is responsible for prosecuting war crimes, genocide, etc. And while Trump long feared the possibility of an arrest warrant issued by the ICC, as that would prohibit his ability to travel to countries that do recognize the ICC sovereignty. And so now he's launching a full-scaled effort to try to isolate the ICC in any way possible. Spread the word, follow all the news you need to know about.
But I don't want the percentage to be visible. Where puña? It made everything too small. Alright, it really fucked up the fucking UI. Alright, we're gonna do this tomorrow. Here's what we're gonna do for now. So, I need to git push. At all. Then just make a commit message for all of the things that were changed. This is the first push ever, so literally everything is new. So just add everything that we worked on. This has been a full day today, so basically this is everything I did today with you. Thank you. I'm gonna go to bed after this. Alright, that's enough for tonight. I'm gonna go to bed. That was a full fucking day. I only used up, like, what? I literally only used up, like, 4%. And I went from fucking back end. I did the back end. Front end. And down to like the application itself. All within like just literally fucking like 9 hours. That was 9 hours? Jesus. 9 hours and fucking like a couple of hours of and and basically like 9 hours, and like literally like in my token usage you could see I was at 94%, I'm at 96%. I barely use tokens. I literally barely use tokens, dude. That's insane. All right, so I'm gonna go to bed now. All right, I hope you have a lovely night. Thanks for joining me.